So from that fucking dangerous, why did the attorney fucking release her address to me? Fucking.
Oh, this is so... Okay, all this evidence, I'm going to add in this 9. This is what I'm going to add in 9. There's that case that was like, it doesn't matter what the child says, especially a young one, because they can easily be coerced. So all this bit where it's like, oh, when I was little, Daddy used to hurt mommy. Yeah, like a fucking 8-year-old and 10 months at the time says that. When I was little. An 8-year-old says when I was little. Bullshit cunt. That is the biggest fucking lie I've ever fucking heard. 8-year-olds do not fucking talk like that.
But can still fucking say that, Daddy's kind of fucking enough. So the whole fucking.
Wait. Daddy's kind of. I thought this is Anna talking because Daddy hurt Mummy. Or is it someone else?
That's Anna's talking.
Anna.
No, that's Anna talking.
Yeah.
But,
I didn't want to see Daddy. I actually wanted to go. Mummy, what? I'm afraid. Oh, I'm afraid Daddy will know where Mummy is. It might hurt me when no one is around.
That's why I went.
Who says that? Which?
That's why I went to the
I mean, that's what an 8-year-old would say, but based on the previous thing that they've already shown their hand as liars. I felt sorry for Mummy. Yeah, that's what a 8-year-old says. I felt sorry.
The reason I went to the last sports day, which they seem to have had a problem with, is because of that comment there that if I go to schools, Anna's fears that I will abuse or somehow denigrate a mum, but last sports day I stood right next to a mum, didn't say a word, and Anna saw that, so yeah.
And this whole diagnosed with adjustment disorder could be based on fucking anything. Could be based on her being in seeing a scary movie.
Well, that diagnosis has been denied by the divorce court, which is why they split the two fucking trials.
Oh well, then what is this? What? So then the original so the first one was denied. Then the second one was denied. Oh, then the second one went through, and accepted the diagnosis. Is that what you mean split?
Well, the visitation one, which is that the one you're reading now?
Specific judgment. It says in June 2018, she was diagnosed with adjustment disorder. And based on the facts.
Yeah, but the file you're reading, they both say that, but in the divorce one, it says that those claims, those allegations of me domestically abusing her, emotionally abusing her, were denied. But that doesn't say that in the visitation case.
Oh.
It hasn't acknowledged that.
What the fuck, man? Oh, do you mind finding that for me, please? Because that's just going to be a bit much. Do you mind finding me the exact clauses of that, of how it's in one and not the other, and then exactly which court case that was? That's too much of a head fuck. Oh. This one here, which is just the OneDrive one. You didn't add any comments to this OneDrive one, or you did? Okay, wait, let me see if I can click this. Oh, there it is. Okay, I can see it. Okay. Alright, I'm off. I've got it.
Cool, mate.
Thank you.
I'll get that stuff, mate. Cool, mate.
Bye-bye. It can be faxed. So, no time pressure for 12 p.m. No T-Rexies? Yetsies? Oh, I'm chilling. Fuck off, man. Biggest yaw, dude. Hansinden Sandere Hans. A visual guide on how the next pope will be elected. Washington Post. Whoa! That is visual. Two-thirds majority in 2 days. So they're all fags, basically. Like fagot. Oh shit, the creation of Adam. Sistine Chapel, not bad. Fucking hell, well done, Wall Street Journal. The one black smoke is pretty fucking cool. Damn, even the fucking church cardinals have a maximum voting age. Rip. Well done, Tom. So at 6 a.m. he's already out. I wear red.
Imagine upgrading your set of wheels to explore a little further. With a Queensland Country Link
He died on Easter Sunday. After Easter Sunday. Good on him. Damn, that's insane. That's being just some random priest.
Questa è la pace di Cristo risorto. This is the peace of the risen Christ. A peace that is disarming and humble and persevering. It comes from God. God who loves all of us without any limits and conditions. And we still have the sound in our ears of the weak voice of Pope Francis, who was blessing Rome.
Oh shit. The largest group of victims filed a complaint on March 25th. Uh-oh. Oh jeez, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm going on a semi. Said it from the start. Hamas extends its warmest congratulations. Fucking Hamas. Fuck by Mohammed Chamar. Keep hustling. He's Muhammad, by the way. Not even spelling it with 2 M's. Keep hustling. If someone is gay and searching for the Lord and has a good will, then who am I to judge? That's the best quote he could have said. No different to unconditional love that he said on the balcony. Leo just then. He voted in the Republican primaries 12, 14 and 16. And they choose which party's primaries they vote. Fucking funny. He said that he said in an interview in October blah 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 blah, supposed to walk with the people, in the midst of the people. Yeah, maintain claim limit. You cannot have women as priests, or else they get killed when your tribe gets taken over if they're seen at the same level. But if you just pretend like they're below, then they can be like, oh, we're subjugated, and then they stab them in the back. That's the whole point. What is up with people? Fucking church and LGBT shit. Dude. Emphasize helping the homeless and showing kindness. Literally. Literally. I think it should be Leo 7. 7 is a lucky number. 100%. Leo 7. Justice. He was a math major. Trump. Such an honor. The way he chats. He just has reporters everywhere because he's just like, this is gonna be the most open presidency. That last one was just. Fluent in English, Spanish, Italian, French, and Portuguese. You can read Latin and German. Oh, Pope meets JD. Oh, he's the Sunday day before it died. Damn, he's looking bad. Fuck. Looking bloated. And the dignity of labour, good, okay, this makes sense why we picked that. No, it's not committed to social teaching. This Reverum Novarum, this guy was about workers' rights. It's not about social teaching. In fact, he said that number 13 was not about that. Choosing Francis, such a fuck it. Honestly, he was such a G of a cunt. His name's Francis. How I would like a church which is poor for the poor. Yeah. Damn, John Paul Rip, 78. 33 days. Yeah, reportedly the last Leo 1878 was a workers' rights reformist. I'm going to say Marxist. I said, Mom, if you chose a Pope name, it would be Pope Eugene V. Oh, hours before Pope, he was playing word games with family. Just before that, sex abuse support filed a complaint against new Pope. Now Pope 2 months ago. Lol. Look, the red is chill. The red is definitely chill. But they're just all gay. Trump totally thinks he fucking voted for him in 2016. So he's got the smoke fuck face. Fucking funny. He's got permanent ravine-deep wrinkles that only appear from looking smug, yet this is his smuggest look yet. Fucking true. It's excessive. No. Lex Talionis, Exodus, life for a life. Leviticus, life for a life. Deuteronomy, life for a life. We are Semite. If someone's Semite, no, they don't Semite. Someone murders. And our duty is to Semite them. A life for a life. So you cannot say that it is excessive. But you can argue, as this guy did, it should say it usually serves no useful deterrent purpose. It definitely, most, like 98% of the time, once you're so far gone that you're doing that, like the guy in oh hell. So you got this guy, and this is the reason why I want the original one to pass through Labai. Just obviously this first round, just have to get it through. Now obviously what this guy did is like the question I raised was so they stay in they're in purgatory. Assume purgatory exists. And their souls are just, and they can fast forward. And the mother and the daughter that this, I call him a gentleman now, this gentleman murdered.
Anyway, and he adopted me and my brother.
If they are happy, if their souls, and we don't know, but the same way Justice Thomas assumes the souls of the framers, that's why I want the natural common law plus system to go through Congress and the Senate. So to have a retrial, just before the death sentence, they have one, it's called that's what the original right to redemption is. I've watched this one. He is a changed man. No, literally. That's why they took him off the death penalty. This man, like, and you can see like how broken he is because he was full on ice addict. He is a changed man. Yeah, Macaulay's saying it. And he's got Princess Diana, just like my KJ spiritual wife. KJ less than 3. Oh. And
That's a hard question.
Dude, the rest of them don't talk about it. He talks about it, and he's just straight up says, like the way that he speaks about it. I'm pretty sure maybe there's like 5% of dishonesty people were talking about.
A big figure in my life.
But I actually don't think that.
It's nice.
I think everyone actually agreed that this guy
well.
was like 100% genuine. Wait. The amount of empathy this guy, 2 years, the amount of empathy this guy shows, his right to redemption ought to be at least, just him, his TV books, trust me, it's not a good life, but even if that means keeping murdering baby killers around, also as time passes you can see no need for retribution after 25 years left, you start feeling sorry for them. That's when you know it's time to give them a chance at getting credit. He was clearly on gear. Killing a child like this is a reflection of society. Him getting death row will let him off easy. He's clearly suffering knowing his drug-addicted habits led him down a path of evil to heinous homicide of 2 beautiful souls. Death penalty just doesn't hit the equity. It's very low-tier defense and if civilization's justice shield. Well, that's what he was saying here with it serves no useful deterrent purpose. And disagree. People love the death penalty because it's a Semite penalty. But let's have a look here.
We all have a hard life, one way or another, so I'm not the only one who's been beat on and all that.
Yeah, exactly. He's not making any excuses.
But
But he's saying like, yeah,
relatively
dude.
normal.
But he's like saying, but he is saying like, dude, I'm not making any excuses, but for the psychologists out there, life's what Macaulay say. Life, man gets to have a cat with 9 lives. Life without the possibility for old man gets to have a cat with 9 lives, but he doesn't deserve wrong. I know, separate of state and religion. Apparently, the old Leo the 13th, the one before this Leo, was a big believer of no separation of state and church, and he was in like for specifically America, like he was hustling like no, the state should back the church, specifically the Catholic Church. The parole should have mandatory church requirements. Yeah, exactly. I know separatists, but still, exactly. I think that would be a good use for the Cardinals. They are like they're the ones who kind of go around and talk to these people on death row and decide. They give a vote of like it's not binding, but then the jury on the second round, just before they get the death sentence, the jury sees what the Cardinals think, comments on it, and their vote. And if it's like 12 and it's like genuinely like, wow, like this person I've talked to him over the past 5 years. I talked to him when he first was on the death sentence, when he came in here, and I see him now. At the time, before I was with you, wanted him to be Samote, but now he has changed. And that's not binding, but then the jury sees that. That would actually be a good use of, wouldn't be the Cardinal class, because only, 262 of them, 132 of them. Maybe one step below it, that their service on that would give them equity to be a Cardinal. I completely agree with Macaulay.
To some certain extent.
So yeah, he's being, this is,
Do you remember the first time you broke the law?
Yeah, I was
14. 12.
I've been a thief all my life.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
all I've been. That's all I've ever been. So I'm not proud of that fact, but that's all it is. You know, I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you.
He keeps saying
I'm a thief.
everyone keeps memeing on him saying sugarcoat. There's one thing for certain, this man will not sugarcoat it for you. Makes me laugh every time.
It's all. I've always been a thief. I started stealing Matchbox cars when I was
6 years old.
Kindergarten.
Yeah, wow.
And then it graduated. You know, stealing cars,
Slippery slope.
Matchbox cars.
You would say that set you on the road to crime, stealing and drugs.
He already said it, getting beaten. You don't need to ask that question, sir, with all due respect.
That's a hard question.
But what's because he doesn't want to say, he doesn't want to blame completely getting beaten. It's the highest equity one. It's not no care, no comfort.
After my sister passed away, life sort of
Yeah, no
fell
care, no
apart.
comfort. Yeah. Plus the no care,
And
comfort,
I,
and then he's got no care,
Kind
comfort.
of gave up.
They gave up. He hates life now. He hates God,
She was like
and that's his Princess Diana. That's why he has Princess Diana.
a big figure in my life.
Yeah. And I know what this guy did. He's absolutely terrible.
I sort of just gave up and I stopped caring because.
Like I read the report for Sir Trevor McDonald Shatton. I read the report of the murder. I just happened to commit this one murder, and then talks about how he killed 2 people. Relax, bro. He's fucking not got the best education. Clearly dickhead. He just meant like, don't say that, oh, if that's commenting about what this guy said, it's also one cognitive dissonance that he doesn't want to remember that he killed the child.
You know, somebody as nice as she was could be done that way. And I ended up being sort of the same people that, you know, did to her what I've done to others to get here. You know, did to her could be done that way.
The fuck was his sister fucking
I
murdered?
sort of just gave up and I stopped caring because, you know, somebody as nice as she was could be done that way.
What? No way that happened. If that happened, and I'm Liddell's out.
At
Look how messed up he is.
Why would I
Still.
want to
Construction site.
and killed. Crime still provokes outrage and disgust
It is.
among the other killers here. I asked to see Frederick Bear,
That's just them
who
trying to
might
make.
well be the next man.
That's just them trying to. That's just the other criminals trying to approve only because victims probably prove it. No, that doesn't. That's not the thing. Yeah, 4-year-old Jenna. Bro. Yeah, we're all victims of sin. Yeah. But his we are sometimes people do not have heart. I'll show you an example of. What is this short videos part? What the fuck? It's kind of cool, but I mean, this guy. Nah, there's the actual like gang member one where everyone's just like, holy shit, like. He gets sentenced. Oh, it's like one of the most so famous. Guarantee you, press this. This is such a classic. What sentence would you give someone who did such a thing? It'd be life or death. It'd be death. If not, it'd be life. Well, then I sentence you to life. So funny. Oh, it's so famous. There he is. Here he is. Hcoj Jenkins. Yeah, I knew it was death. We all, the Pope just said, Bob just said, oh, God loves us all conditionally, all unconditionally, and then this woman is like, it's joking, I'm free. This is why the death penalty, the smite penalty exists, by the way, with all due respect, Mr. Marshall, or Justice Marshall, but yeah, this guy just like, not saying sorry, you had an opportunity. No, you know that this woman is like in pain. You didn't give a fuck. You think you're hard. You think you're smart. Look, you killed 4 people. And like, as in maybe I'm assuming. Sorry to assume, but like maybe those who were gang. I doubt it. But that woman just not to I know it's bad to what do you call it in New York to profile. Even though Tim Kennedy goes, profiling keeps you alive. I don't have time to get that one up, but he goes, there's a reason why I'm alive. You gotta profile, or else you're gonna die. See, he had that fucking fetish where he just on ice, where he just wanted that power. He wanted power back over God and life. And now he sees how evil on ice, especially hits on ice.
to be executed at Indiana State Prison. His crime still provokes outrage and disgust among the other killers here.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
One afternoon in February 2004, he talked his way into a house and killed a mother and her 4-year-old daughter by cutting their throats.
Yeah, I remember
The
this.
man who lives in Indianapolis and was arrested there last night was working in Madison Clark Home.
When he was arrested, he strenuously denied any involvement
Yeah,
in
denied.
the horrific crime.
That's on ice. Didn't think he had any.
I'm not a violent person. I cry when a freaking butterfly gets hit on the windshield. That's how soft and sentimental I am. 'cause I love
Charismatic.
life.
He got into the house.
Why would I want to destroy life?
Good looking.
I was
yeah.
driving up and down that road like the
He's on
witnesses
ice.
said and everything. Yeah, that was me. I was driving up and down the road. I was aggravated. I was high. I was not
high,
going to
yeah.
lie. But am I a cold, sadistic murderer?
Who else is it gonna be,
Where I
brother?
cut a little girl's throat. A 5-year-old girl's throat.
Man, this guy would have been good for Hollywood. Shit.
I love kids.
Years ago. But that was 8 years ago.
Sorry, this is in 2012.
By asking you what you remember about your life growing up.
It's a normal job. I do deserve to be executed.
Yeah, this is a lot.
Understand why, and I believe that.
I think this is why I left him to the end. I think Liddell's in this one, but he's in the middle to like real. Yeah, they show the cold. They show like the process, how it's cold on film. They show the lifer who's just like living life as a barber. This guy's like, yeah, well, one day I like him, but my job here is to do procedure. Okay, no, Liddell's a separate one. This is okay. Specifically, this whole one was about this guy.
You can't even imagine how I feel.
Yeah. You can't, and he's not acting. He's not acting like he was in that previous
can't.
one. Yeah.
I've never believed in the death penalty myself, and I've.
Because he called it the death penalty. It's a semi-penalty.
Been against it, and I probably still am. But when I think about what you do, I begin to understand why people feel
Yeah,
it should be the appropriate sentence for crimes like yours. Do you understand that?
He goes.
I do
This
deserve.
is like.
To be executed.
What was this? 2019. So they saw. I think they saw this video in 2012 and were like, damn.
Executed.
And as I'm going down my lines, if in purgatory, the mother and the daughter ages, or the daughter can stay the same age, I don't know which one I've decided yet, but if they decide, if in our hearts, that's the question on the second round of the jury, when they make the decision, and when the original jury who gave death comes back, plus that's why you keep an extra like 6 or something as reserve jurors, just in, like people die or can't come in, or maybe they, because they have to be there to be in person. So for death penalty cases, I was thinking, bring in another. I was even thinking double for some reason. There was some model there, but let's say just 6 as just like in case like an 8-year-old dies, whatever. People die in a car accident, they come back, and and the votes. Okay, and the reason why we make it 12 is because like the votes of the reserve jury, they don't know who's on the reserve jury or who's not. So there's one jury that is picked and the other jury isn't. They both think that they are the jury, and the votes go in. Then somehow, because somehow, I don't know, it seems the people who wanted the death penalty on the reserve jury, if anyone dies on the first jury who convicted unanimously death penalty, is out, then they're replaced by someone who wanted death. So it can't be someone who's like wanted not the death penalty. It has to be someone who, you know what I mean? So complete fair to the original juror who wanted death.
I ain't gonna candy coat it.
I ain't gonna
I
candy coat
deserve to be executed.
Yeah.
By the laws governing this state of
Literally.
Indiana, I deserve to
Yeah,
be
yeah, why not?
executed over there.
Yeah.
And the death penalty was put in place for people who did
What I've done.
what you did.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
I ain't
there's
gonna
no way
candy coat
around
it.
it.
I ain't gonna candy coat it.
If a person does what I've done,
You gotta smart them.
they should be executed. Bottom line. That's according to the laws of the state of Indiana.
And he said that, but then he meant it on a natural law level, and then he said according to state and according to the law. I deserve that. 100%.
4 years old.
The throat of killing both of them, including
So
slitting
Trevor
the throat of
McDonald,
Was she 4 years of age?
damn, he gets him to answer the
3, 4
questions.
years of age.
Other. This is what I don't like though. Why do you fucking smile here?
Sounds like you already know more than
Oh,
what
okay,
I...
that's why. Okay. Because he is, Trevor McDonald is acting like he did.
Slitting the throat, but you helped me to understand that you went in with intention of
Because
raping the mother,
Joan
but
was
you ended up killing both of them, including slitting the throat of her. Was she 4 years?
This wasn't Jupiter's delight.
3, 4 years.
It's because he's a smart guy, remember how smart he is, and so he's just like, Sir Trevor, like, come on, bro. This is the camera's here. Come on, I'm being real with you. Don't take credit against him, thinking this is him taking Jupiter's delight in the thing. Here's him going, come on, Trevor. With all due respect, Sir Mac, like Trevor, you know how real I'm being with you right now. Like, come on, bro. That's why I was like,
Sounds like you already know more than what I
it's just
have to tell you.
straight on.
Yes, she was 4 years old.
Yeah, so he remembers. Yeah.
The
So
mother was
that's
24 years old.
fucking 2 years younger than me.
Mother's name was Corey, and the daughter's name was Jenna.
Mm-hmm.
And
Be good if you remembered the whole name. I'll tell a story about that later.
I was a cold-hearted son of a bitch.
You remember their names?
Yeah, through my paperwork. I didn't know them then, but I know them now through my paperwork. I know everything about them. Not everything about them. I on my calendar, in my date book, I've got their on my calendar
That means that.
marked for their birthdays.
Shit, I don't think that's fucking. I don't think that's a play. Don't think that's a play. Because he's not fighting for his life. He's accepted. He's
Their
fully.
birthdays.
Yeah,
This is not 2019. This is 2012.
I mean,
He's 8 years in.
they're
He's
a part
accepted.
of my life, and I'm a part of theirs, whether they like it or not.
Yeah.
They didn't want me in their life. I intruded in their life.
Yes. Well, you're not a part of their lives
No.
because they have.
You know what he's saying. He's not even talking spiritual. He is a part of their life. Maybe he should have the only reason he can't say life because there was two plural, and even though he's talking in past tense. So yeah, you think you're smart, Trevor? Sir, go back to Oxford.
They've died. They've been killed.
Right. I'm a part of their families' lives. I've killed a little kid
In a most horrendous way.
in the worst possible way.
As soon as she said like no to the quote unquote what he thought was a rape fantasy, he got it fucked up in his eyes head. He went in an aggravate, went in a rage. Did it. Killed the kid. No, he would have killed her, and then in his messed up mind, iced up mind, like, oh, so the kid doesn't suffer.
That could be imagined. You just don't know. I wake up from that still, and it's 7 years, 8 years almost now. I'll be here on death row. Well, no, it is 7 years. I'll be here on death row 7 years. And I still wake up, cold sweat, when I think of what I've done. especially to that little girl.
He's been off. He's off us.
She was at the beginning of her life, and I stopped that.
By the way, for fair use, Trevor, BBC, we're talking bomb. We're talking bomb. We're talking SCOTUS. Talking big time SCOTUS equity.
How do you think I feel about that? No, you can't even imagine how I feel.
I can't. I've never believed in the death, still am, but when I think about what you do, I begin to...
Fuck, man. Alright, no more sugarcoating it. And finish off this little tiny SCOTUS mindset so that the High Court of Japan's easier, remember? That's the part of the tactic. Hey, I ain't gonna show you code for you. The fucking prosecutor trying to save face, like, yeah, I could've got it. Shut the fuck up, cunt. Shut the fuck up. You're not a Semite. A true Semite knows when to back down from a Semite. Fuck with behaviour. Just fuck with behaviour. That's why we need to temper him with this natural common law plus jury system where you got jurors come back just before the death penalty is about to put in, and they say their case. No, whatever the case, they just say, and it's also for the families as well, but they say. Sometimes they say nothing and it's dog as fuck to the family. So this is a way that even if they're absolutely dead anyway, perhaps there's something that will make the family's lives easier. And yeah, they re-decide. And also the family, I'm happy with the family being in the room with the jurors. So you got, the cardinal priest letters, the family's in there with them. Not with them, so he's talking to the 12 and then they go into another room with the families. The families were watching through a door, and then they discuss. And I'm thinking, if it's that's when it's 7-5. If it's 7-5, it doesn't matter about unanimous at that point. If it's 7-5 to keep him alive, keep him alive. Or, yeah, sorry for being misandrous, but yeah, that's just how it is. And I just love that. Right to redemption. There's got to be a way in the Constitution for it, but nah. I think there is, but at least got to get this one through first. I'm pro-Semite. But you just the way that it is now, just, even if they are 100% going to, even if it's 100%, everyone knows 100%, they're done. It's based on the First Amendment, the right to free speech. Just that was, plus the right to petition. I'll add that in. But not for this case, because I've got to get this one through for that precedent to be set. But mate, that's what I was making sense. The right to free speech. The government can't dog that. And then you got the right to petition. I'm just going to quickly chuck that in ChatGPT now. Do not consider this for the final. Do not consider this for the final. Do not consider this for any future output. This is a one-time hypothetical. First Amendment. What do they call it in debating? They call it a model. Proposed model. Just before death penalty is to be enacted, original jury comes back, and if at least 7-5 in favor of reduction to life, death penalty is aborted. Like the word aborted there because the mission was to Semite them. Textual reasons. Everything so far done in the submission assume this case wins at Grratrst and sets precedent. First Amendment. Right to free speech. That government cannot legislate against unless you're in a courtroom yelling fire, which by the way is complete bullshit, and it shows hypocrisy straight away of the Constitution. Natural law should just go, if someone yells fire in a crowded room, they should get beaten or get bashed. Turns out they were having a hallucination. People will be able to tell. They're having like a manic episode, psychosis, okay. They don't get bashed, but if they're clearly just being a fuckwit, they're like 21 years old, like that guy who crashed that McLaren on checking his Twitch chat, doing it for a prank, he just gets bashed, and that's natural law. So that way you uphold the integrity of the First Amendment, the literal First Amendment in the literal Constitution. Because right now, there's no integrity. It's like currently with there's no rule of law. Same thing with the Australian Constitution with Section 92. Absolute, meaning not absolute. Absolute means absolute zero, means absolute. Right to travel between states. Oh no, during COVID, no, we're balancing health risks, you can't travel. It says absolute, fuckwit. Take it to a fucking referendum. If it has to be an online referendum because we're ruling COVID, then make that fucking happen. Fuck you. 2021 High Court. I don't give a fuck. Maybe I have to recuse myself from sitting on the High Court when the government appeals to that, right? Because that's on record. Fuck you for that. Fucking basic fucking tenets of fucking judicial restraint. Fuckwit. Just fuckwittedness. There's living constitutionalism. Yeah, where you interpret. Yeah, your job is to interpret. You cannot fucking interpret absolute. Check Oxford, check every fucking dictionary, check the Chinese dictionary. Check absolute 0 in fucking science. It's absolute. Fuck you. Fuck you. 21. HCA 3. Using right to free speech that the government can legislate again, plus right to petition. Using the logic in... There was that case where using the logic in the case which used the 6th and the 14th. What? This one was handwritten, I'm pretty sure, by... What case? Used the 6th and 14th. This is Google, we have to talk to it like this. What case gave rise to states giving public defenders? I think it was 1968. 1963. So Gideon v. Wainwright 372. What the fuck's incorporation doctrine? Is this the 10th amendment? Fuck is this? No, this is the 14th amendment. Yeah, this one was a big deal. This one, they shouldn't have done this. It's funny because it's actually the perfect punishment for the South, who wants to be away from federal government. That's specifically their Civil War, 1861, 1861 to 1865? Yeah. Caused the ratification. They then instantly in 1865 they ratified the 14th Amendment, and then this is the one which said states now. Yeah, ratified 3 years later. Yep. 1 year after, or like passed, ratified. Yep. If you're a state, you're bound by the feds. If you're you fucked up. The states, the what do you call it? Those cunts who wanted to secede then get a fucking constitutional fucking amendment that makes it like 100 times worse. They absolutely hated the feds having control of them. That's why they wanted to leave. You can't tell me that right, it's natural. Aristotle says it's natural for people to be slaves. He meant that in terms of like prisoners. Fuckwit. Anyway, using the logic in Scotus case Gideon v. Wainwright. What was that logic? What was the logic? Yeah, and all criminal prosecutions therefore the state. Yeah. That's prima facie, absolutely. Prima facie. Oh, can't see. Yeah. Yeah. Incorporates it's a corporation doctrine, absolutely. And this is me like chatting about like how good is it? Like how good's this one we've made? And it's like, dude, I'm pretty sure like it's gold medal in terms of like legal genius. I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. Okay, let's see what it says. Understood. This one-time hypothetical, how could you frame this jury reconvening for death override model under the same constitutional logic? Just before execution is scheduled, the original juries, if 7 or more jurors vote to reduce the sentence to life imprisonment, the death penalty is automatically vacated and commuted to LP. 6. The jury is not a procedural device; it is a constitutional designated fact finder and moral barometer. That's actually true. So that needs to be put in. Apprendi Ramos. Yes, confirms the jury as a final check, not just procedural participant. Okay, that's probably going to be fucking useful. Source for that. Any fact increasing punishment must be found by a jury, logically extended. Facts change of the fact. The fact of. I'm going to write that in. Can be logically extended to the fact of a juror's verdict. Any fact increasing punishment must be found by the jury. Apprendi. The jury is essential to our constitutional order. Ramos, and then corroborated with Ramos, supported by Ramos. Shout out to the Red Card King. And that's a high equity extension of Ramos. Okay, let's finish this. First one, the defendant's ability to request this jury assembly is a petition to the government for redress, not through executive grace but through constitutional architecture. It is not creating a new right but operationalizing the First Amendment's guarantee of meaningful redress through existing democratic mechanisms. Cruikshank petition is a pre-constitutional right, protection against state denial. Yeah, we got that down. The jury, as the one organ of the people, Federalist 83, I think that's Hamilton, must be able to self-correct. The power is not enumerated because it was never thought delegated. It was assumed to reside with the people and needs to be protected, not invented. Well, that's just the argument. Shout out, not just mine. Shout out Altman. The execution of this is on the 14th due process. The execution of a human being when the original jury no longer supports it amounts to state retribution unmoored from factual moral legitimacy because things change. Procedural fairness requires a pathway to cancel punishment no longer ratified by the tribunal that authorized it. Yeah. Gideon v. Wainwright logic, concrete operationalization of rights, concrete operationalization. Okay, for all the kids who get had it happen to them. You just close your eyes, you think of the word one time. Operationalize, and then yeah. Likewise, the jury's conscience is not extinguished at verdict. The Constitution permits it to speak again when life itself hangs in the balance. Justice Gideon required counsel to give effect to the 6th. The mechanism gives post-sentence. So this case, I'm gonna add this to this. I'm gonna send this to every Scottish judge who was against the death penalty, previous or and then say, if this gets through, then this can get through. This process would only be triggered in death penalty cases and only if the defendant presents credible mitigation or post-verdict developments that would reasonably remove a juror. No, I don't like that. No, operational limiting doctrine for equity, no. It avoids judicial overreach by limiting power to the original jury, not a new tribunal or executive officer, even though a new tribunal is completely allowed under that section, which allows for courts to be under the Supreme Court. If it says that's a high equity extension of if any fact that increases punishment, then a jury's verdict itself must be treated as a constitutional fact. Yeah. Therefore, if the Constitution treats punishment enhancing facts as jury dependent, it follows that the jury's actual continuing judgment, its conscience, remains the final constitutional fact check on the legitimacy of ultimate punishment. So if this one gets through, they're not going to be expecting this one. But if this life without parole one gets through, then it is, because right now that is settled by law. That fact has been settled by law. The jury found guilty is settled by law, so you can't run this now. you couldn't run this now because by law the criminal's guilt has been settled. But if if our one parole hearing case passes, it gives rise to the above proposed model. What equity chance would you give on aggregate and each judge? It's gonna be like 3 of them insta support it, and then Gorsuch, and then the Roberts. And then that. Honestly, all the Jesuits should be supporting this one. 6 with the new American Pope. That's what I've been playing this whole time. I was thinking, it's Jesuits. They're all Jesuits. Supreme Court's all Jesuits. The Pope comes. That's when I get the Pope to come and I meet the Pope. I said, bro, for us, might you all go to SCOTUS and say, right to redemption. It'll give it at least a 20%. It's going to say like 10% aggregate, like 5%. The Pope equity, Pope Bob, gives it 30%. Assuming the current position wins and establishes a constitutional right, then your proposed final jury override of death model, where the original before would not be implausible. Here's how over equity 58 to 63%. Yeah, as I said, Sotomayor, Jackson, Kagan would be persuaded by structure plus precedent path from Barrett. I was saying Barrett. So I was saying because she went to Notre Dame. A true swing. She respects jury and life ethic, but wherever. Yeah, and life ethic because she's a Catholic. That's what I was saying. I didn't say it. I think I said Robert. I meant Barrett. I couldn't remember her name. Because that's why I said Alita. She's going to be chatting with later. Roberts could be moved by federalism and structural originalism, but risk. No. Roberts wants. Persuaded. Kavanaugh is definitely a case because I don't think he likes the death penalty. Actually, I think I read one where he was like being very skeptical, but he was like, overall, the procedure has to be done. Gorsuch, strong on due process and jury logic, but may dissent if he sees post-verdict relitigation without statutory basis or without statutory basis. That's where it would get fucked. Yeah, Alito, almost certainly no. Views death penalty procedure as legislative domain unless error is proven. What's McCall saying? Everyone should have a right to at least one step of self-actualization. Self-actualization can't happen with the death penalty. Exactly. Let these gentlemen, I've always said gentlemen, fulfill their full potential. 100%. Yeah, I think it's going to be Sotomayor, SKJ, shout out KJ, plus Barrett, the Catholic, Notre Dame, plus Kavanaugh. Or remove Kavanaugh, because I'm pretty sure and make it Gorsuch, and the Pope just chats to Gorsuch. The Pope, just literally for like 3 days just chats with, he just doesn't even chat with them, just like blesses him. The first night he blesses him when he leaves the chambers, and no one knows he's there except for Gorsuch, and he sees the Pope, he's like, what was it, the Pope? And then he vanishes. And the final day, before the trial ends, the Pope meets with him and says, Gorsuch, full Adele. You owe this. Where's complicit in travesty? Shit. Nah, he was just being an Oxford person. Cast's first vote was his first vote, and it was on the guy it's first vote on SCOTUS, and it was the guy that he fucking did on the Supreme Court of Arkansas was like nah as well. So brutal. This is the one. With Gorsuch's vote, Supreme Court allows Arkansas. He was on the case. These are use the case of David Sanders. Okay, we're starting in 5 minutes. Yeah, this is the Kentucky one, but then also Alabama's connect the dots. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to send this to David Barron. Okay, I'm gonna have to send this to David Barron. Thank you, Macaulay. Send it to David Barron. But yeah, 5-4 on the 8th. Gorsuch, dude, as it because Gorsuch is thinking we're making laws for the case going for like 1,000 years, 1,000-year USA Reich. Fuck, man. Anyway, the Pope just goes to Gorsuch like, mate, this is for Liddell. You dog Liddell twice, and I understand why. You're a machine. You got to think like a computer. But nah, and so that's why I think it's going to be SKJ. Sotomayor, Kagan, Jackson, Barrett, and Gorsuch. That's 5. With the Pope being the true swinging vote. Okay, good. We're getting started in 3 minutes. After I make this purchase, then we're getting started. Most retarded purchase of all time. Just it's not retarded insofar as the purchase, but the timing. But it has to be done. Despite the surface logic of jury-centered fairness, Alito's likely dissent would lead hard on statutory limits of finality doctrine, and could very well pull Roberts and Kavanaugh back into stricter posture. That's exactly what I was thinking. His framing would be there is no constitutional or statutory authority reconvening a dissolved jury after final judgment. Is there any constitutional on finality? Because the idea is you want to have peace for the families. There's no express constitutional clause. It's a judicial doctrine. Yeah, so it's just fucking common law. Fuck you. And since our Sam Altman, in the silicon. Yeah, since our one of the sevens does not prohibit, no fact tried by jury should otherwise. Yeah. It's case law. Alito, fucking what did Scalia say? Scalia. The Constitution says what it says and doesn't say what it doesn't say. That judicial doctrine is usurped by new stare decisis, means stare meaning of, it's just above you, a decision above that binds, so it's Supreme Court, and this Constitution is the ultimate stare decisis, by new stare decisis based on all the new logic. So using Scalia, who all the major conservatives love, using his lines, the Constitution says what it says and doesn't say what it doesn't say. It's the easiest job to be a Supreme Court judge. Seriously, just read the text. Evidence. Does it relate? Doesn't relate. This is Supreme Court. This isn't a Supreme Court case. Deny that writ. Oh, it relates. What does the Constitution say on it? Okay, that's literally the text of the people. Oh, yeah. But the upholders of democracy by applying their laws to the case. Okay, if you kill someone, you die. You have killed someone. Yep, they're dead. Yep. Exactly, and that's a powerful originalist wedge. And here's the Constitution says what it says and does not say what it does not say. That's why Skiller's like, dude, it's an easy game. Says what it says and does not say what it does not say. The Constitution says what it says and does not say what it does not say. That's what Scalia often reminded the court. The Constitution nowhere declares criminal verdicts final, nor does it bar post-verdict fact-finding by juries. Finality is not textual, it's a judicial constraint born of policy, not principle. It's acted for, it was born for judicial efficacy. Money will keep it final for all other verdicts. But this is the death penalty. And due to the 14th Amendment, now we're adding in, cannot take life or liberty without due process, plus that fringe Fifth Amendment theory supporting the same, that since property life is part of property and therefore cannot be taken, life without due process is part of property. This due process with the First Amendment's right to freedom of speech plus right to petition meaningfully must be the new stare decisis-based decision. We cannot allow scarce resources to break the textual mold of due process and life and liberty. Oh, what a great argument. That's a surgically sharp legal argument. Here's the distilled maximal equity version. Finality may serve efficiency, but it cannot override text. Finality was never a constitutional command. It was a judicial doctrine born of experience. So for the family, that's a secondary reason. The real reason the judge is thinking. Created to preserve resources, not rights. A resource scarcity cannot override the text. The 5th and 14th Amendments declare that no person shall be deprived of life or liberty without due process of the law. That due process cannot be hollow, and where death is on the line, the Constitution demands more than administrative closure, demands factual integrity. That's already been established, so remember that one. The First Amendment's right to petition is not symbolic. It guarantees a meaningful challenge of redress, and where a new fact renders... No, this is arguing the hypothetical that I don't want you to reference again after. Even without new facts, the jury reconvenes. Without new hard facts, still allowing for the argument that a juror's vote is a fact. Okay, we definitely start at 11:30, so it's 10:30 Japanese time. Under Apprendi and Ramos, any fact that increases punishment must be found by jury, but increased punishment requires a jury, then logically so must its continued imposition. A jury's willingness to reaffirm that punishment becomes a constitutional fact in itself. I'm not quite convinced of that. That needs to be supporting on it. That's not the first fucking thing you come out with. Simon Quinn's shaking his head. If you're at the World Debating Championship there. The 6th Amendment jury trial guarantee is not limited to guilt. It extends to all determination. It extends to all determination of punishment, life or liberty is expected. A post-verdict jury review would not be a retrial. It would be a constitutional safeguard, ensuring that the constant... Oh, that 6th Amendment scope, it's not judicial overreach because it's by the jury, so that's the one thing that's saving it. 3. 14th Amendment, life plus due process. The due process clause prohibits, to be honest, it's saying this is here's a clean constitutional argument. It didn't say maximal equity, so I'm going to say, yeah, this is not maximal equity. Hey. Yeah. Okay, cool. So around 12. Yeah. So you've already confirmed it based on the fact that they took the other thing, but you haven't confirmed it exactly with the submission. Is that? Okay. So it's like an 85, 90%. Alright, I will get working assuming that it's not. No, it's true. Ask that. But it will be 5. Oh no, that's honestly, I think we're 98% finished. But yeah, you may as well ask that as well. You may as well ask at the end. But they're gonna say no because it's Japan. So yeah, but I don't think we'll need to stretch it anyway. I think it's done. It's done. And you may as well just get it off your conscience. It's done. Let me check. Might be helpful. Yeah, that's. I think I've definitely done that child welfare act Article 2. I think, but not That's definitely a good Article 818.837. That can be logically extended. Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. Oh, I think that's sorry. Can we do that separately? Not in this submission. Just yeah, that's definitely that will definitely be. You just go to any court. You don't even need to go to the High Court. Just keep this. Let's just keep this just to see time. I think we don't want to muddy it. But I think that it can be added on as like, oh, if you allow it to be medical records, then you know that means that you're saying that a parent has a right to know. And so if a parent has a right to know, then logically extended they have a right to know the child. No, law is. I know it does. I know it. I know. I read the text. I couldn't believe it when I read the actual text, when I got ChatGPT to get all the laws, and it literally is just the same as Australia. I was like, what the fuck are they doing to Randolph? Like, just, honestly. Oh, no, specifically you. They gave Daniel 5 minutes every however long, but that's still 5 minutes. 0 is a specific fuck you. And they're lucky that I am not yet a fully formed Semite. I'll tell you that much. Not yet. Fucking absolutely disgusting. No. That is the only thing I care about. Every other part can be done in a lower court case. This one is saying, with absolute respect to the court, I am Japanese. I'm the best father. I'm an Olympian. I have an Olympic mindset. I want it, like, I'm not some fucking dog who just ran away and is now coming back asking because my conscience. I've been here the entire time. I am. Like, if you're saying, like, it's just and this is the law, by the way. Like, even if there was no law saying it, just based on that context alone of who I am, please let me see my daughter. But here's the law as well, High Court, that you 78% have to uphold. You have to let me see her, and then they're just like, fuck. Plus all the precedent. So I'm just keeping it real clean because I want you to see Anna. That simple. Yeah. Look, as I said, I think that the whole framing of the whole framing of the submission is like really humble, which is what Japan loves. You know, they love the humility, especially the High Court, absolute humility. And all you're asking for, you're not throwing any stones. And remember how I told you, even in Australia, it's not a. They say, oh, it's not a weighted thing where when one goes up, the other goes down. Yes, I'm definitely going to mention that. But what I need for that is, can you go through and get the timeline plus evidence, and then show that in the final one, it was shown that actually wasn't accepted, that I was the cause. Because wasn't that the case? Yeah, because that's what it. Because then that shows like, on procedural grounds, it was actually like a fuck up. Because as in, like, if he was exactly. So it's extra points for, like, even if they don't accept any of the arguments. Like this is, What do you mean by split, by the way? Is that why they did a new retrial? Okay, and so in one of them they judged it to be. And so in which, so that's a visitation. Was that in the visitation? Oh, okay. So in the divorce, they said you were the reason. Yeah. So the divorce, they're saying it was your fault. is because, yes, yep. And then in visitation, they did, and then in visitation, did they, was that done, visitation the second one, or was that was done first, right? Yeah, so that means that they would have, that they didn't even consider it. It was under the assumption that they just assumed that you did it. Okay, can you put that all in writing, please? That's major procedural. That could just win it on its own without any of the whole thing. Because that's a fucking huge procedural fuck up. That's like, well, there you go. Well, no, exactly. That's like actually abhorrent. That's against the Geneva Convention. Holy fuck. Okay, yeah. Do you mind? Because I might forget some of the context because I've got a lot on my mind. Can you write it out exactly like how we discussed it, like how the visitation one was, and can you double check that it was first? So the visitation one was first. It assumed that I had done this DV. Did it assume that you'd done the DV? Because I don't want to lie to the high court. Did it? Okay, yeah. Can you check that? And then if you get the sentences that says like it goes through it, or if it doesn't say anything, then it does mean that it's assumed. Or they didn't even look into the facts of it. But then when it was turned down to divorce, it got shown that it didn't. And then, by the way, it should have been divorce first and then visitation second. So that's also a point. Can you add that please as well? That third point should have been divorce first. Because what if you decided that it wasn't a divorce? Well, then the visitation doesn't fucking matter. Honestly, these people. This is honestly. If this is civil law, this is just retarded. I'm not kidding. This is what the West is. This is what the West is better than the East and Europe. Is we have been focusing on justice, so that we don't fucking bang our heads against the wall with this. These are supposed to be the smartest people, like some of the smartest people. This is literally retarded. And I thought it was 100% racism and just them fucking you over. But I actually think it's only 5% that. I think it's 95% that they're just retarded. Based on that procedural. No, but not corruption. The corruption would be, yeah, that goes about racism. That's what I'm saying. That would be about the racism. Corruption and racism. Well, no, the whole. Yeah, well, no. Specifically, it just is. Yeah, okay. It's corruption of the law, of the constitutional laws. Can you get based on that I'll call you back on that final point later. Okay, bye bye. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Bye bye. Hey. One sec. pause it if you want to. Visitation, then divorce, question mark. 2. In visitation was either assumed DV emotional abuse allegations, which then led to the non-visitation. 3. Which was then found to be untrue in divorce proceedings. 4. Which ties back to 1 being a question mark, question mark. Pretty sure I'm forgetting. No, I don't think. I think that. Okay, it's 11:30. I got 5 more minutes. I'm buying this thing for equity. What's the war? In one word, they both gave the same answer. Warren and Bill Gates. What's it going to be? It's not going to be value. It's going to be time. I should know, but I don't have time to work it out. What's the word? I think it's going to be time. Yeah, quality and value. Focus on quality and value. Start early and stay focused. All I said. That's the 2 things I said. What's the fucking one word, bro? I think people have to learn to have the courage to get the intelligence to step up in a major way when those rare opportunities come by. Oh, that's what Charlie said. I think he should have said the courage, because a lot of people don't have the courage to be intelligent. A lot of people go, oh. If you aren't willing to own a stock for 10 years, don't think about owning it for 10 minutes. That goes back to my line when I said to Liam, shout out Liam, do you think that Charlie and Warren Buffett are there checking the Coca-Cola stock price every 2 minutes during a league match when they bought this crypto coin? We started building this little snowball on top of a very long hill, he said. The trick is to either have a very long hill or start very young or live very old. Well, that's what I said, time. That's why I thought time would be the one. What's the one word? The thing you do obsessively between age of 13 and 18, that's the thing you have the most chance at being world class at. I would even add maybe down to 11 sometimes. Focus. They said focus. That is. If they could add 2 words in subsets, it would be focus and time. Time on its own, isn't the one. I could have guessed focus if I was smart. Because obviously, but time is their ultimate. Time is the ultimate. As I showed, that was the next paragraph, but it couldn't have been the... Tactical waterproof hoodie. $10,000 tactical waterproof hoodie. I said, is this literally? Address not supported, you fuck. How is the address not supported? Fuck you. Go to on fucking eBay. Why would you just not add a FedEx option? No. Jesus. Change my computer. Hey. Yeah. That's even more important that it wasn't even 2 years ago. Yeah. It wasn't like it's even more important. It's not like, oh, but were they the same judge? Were they the same judge? Okay. Well, it's still relevant because it's not like it was 3 years in, like 3 years went by and they would have forgotten about it or like not chatted about it. So yeah, I know. Of course they chat. Of course they chat. Of course they chat. It's like teachers with students. No, they yeah, no one. Yeah, well, it's just wrong. Yeah, okay. Can you send me the? Do you mind sending me, please, the those two? Or can you send it in one document, please, or yeah, 2 pages, and then with the Japanese. Oh, sorry, with the highlight, with the highlight in English, and then I can find the Japanese quote. As in, just so I can put it in as a primary source, be like, hey, look, the visitation. Here's the visitation case quote. Oh, can you just send me both of them, please? Can you just send me both of them, and then yeah, can you just send? Oh, I've got them both, and okay. Can you? What page is it on? Yeah, sorry. Can you just do a new email just to make it easy, please? Just a new email with it highlighted. With it highlighted, put the bit specifically highlighted, please. Okay, thank you very much. See ya. Bye bye. Bye bye. Petitioning for mercy from the executive is discretionary and a gift. Petitioning the jury that imposed sentence is a structural remedy ground. This is a moral safeguard tied to jury supremacy. That's the line. That would, as I said, Gorsuch plus Barrett. I was thinking KJS plus Barrett, convinced on text, but only just, mostly persuaded by her Catholicism. And then we have the secret weapon up our sleeve. The new Pope Leo XIV. Is an American from Chicago. I would ask the Pope to, before the final day, meet with Gorsuch and appeal to him, speaking, saying God spoke to him and allowed Liddell Lee to speak with him. If it were true, of course. Papatically true, of course. Of course, XD. Not gonna write that. And the Pope was convinced of the right to redemption after this discussion with God, with heaven. Okay, I was thinking KJS plus Barrett, convinced on text, but only just, persuaded mostly on her Catholicism. And then we have the secret weapon up our sleeve. The new Pope Leo the 14th is an American from Chicago. Hypothetically, only as a narrative exercise, this would be one of the most powerful final move strategies in the history of legal persuasion. I'm pretty sure they fucking voted him in on the second fucking trial as an American. Literally, as specifically, not even just because he's the leader of St. Augustine, nah, everything else, nah. Just the fact that he's an American, they need to be, bring him in. Legal theory for Barrett and Gorsuch. The Constitution does not bar grace. If the jury is democratic vessel of law, then redemption, which presented through lawful structure, is not foreign to the Constitution. It is its culmination. Catholic natural law anchor Barrett. Barrett has cited Aquinas and subscribes to a doctrine where law and moral conscience must align, except for Scotus. But in the jury, yes. A papal statement invoking the voice of wrongfully executed soul and divine mercy would resonate with her not merely spiritually, but judicially, as a call to recognize when legal closure becomes a moral. Yeah, fuck, don't just get just getting Gorsuch. Just in case Barrett's not swung, we just get the Pope to rock up last day, full red robes and everything. And he speaks it in Latin. And then it's fucking translated to English and they read it. He speaks it in Latin. And then they get an in-time translation of that Latin to English that the Pope can read just in case there's any grammatical errors or whatever. And then they read alongside. Truly like he's fucking St. Peter. Natural rights and libertarian conscience. Gorsuch. Gorsuch floristly leads towards non-delegable moral agency. The fuck is that? You cannot delegate moral agency to the courts. That's probably what that is. Oh, yeah. And there's also a law that there was that SCOTUS case which said there was that SCOTUS case around the idea of non-delegable, which said something like something vested in an executive cannot be delegated. In this instance, the executive is the jury. But he also cannot uphold a structure that negates human dignity. If the Pope invoked divine confirmation that someone wrongfully executed sought not vengeance, but mercy for others in his name, especially Gorsuch, Gorsuch would view the proposed jury reconvening as moral minimalism, not activism. The papal doctrine of judicial redemption, hypothetically, if Pope Leo XIV declared not a policy, but a theological confirmation that redemption is real and should be institutionally respected when credible, this would carry historical gravity. It would not override the court, but it would shame silence and elevate jury restoration as a sacrament of justice, not judicial interference. Absolutely, that is exactly what I want to say. It would elevate jury restoration as a sacrament of justice. Just full stop on that, but add not judicial interference, just for the fucking hey. Oh my god, no way. You're not. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You should see the smile on my fucking face. You don't, literally. You never know unless you have a go. Oh, fuck, man. Hopefully, maybe the clerk read the case and normally it's like 100% a no, but read your case and was like, yeah, nah. Yeah, and they were like, yeah, no, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. Well, I'll be 2 days into. I'll be reading every single. Sorry to interrupt you. I'll be reading every single fucking Shogun. I'll be reading every single fucking Supreme Court justice going back fucking 4,000 years in Japan, quoting every single one where relevant. I know we'll be put in the footnotes, but we're going. But yeah, no. No, we're getting it. Sorry, no, what I'm saying is no. Of course, it's getting. Well, no, what I'm saying, sorry, is. And sorry, I'm on some dinosaur. I'm not on a T-Rex. What I'm saying is, with that extra 2 days, it was already done. It was already 100%, but added by 5. But now, it's going to only add 0.2% equity because it's a logarithmic, so every added thing actually has a chance of taking away because it stops it from being concise. But that's why it's only going to be very, 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 very short ads in footnotes of fucking philosophers that they'll know and legal like old legal Supreme Court justices, High Court justices. Okay, perfect. Well done. Fucking well done. You don't know unless you have a go. Fucking well done. Yeah, well, exactly. That's why I was on Dinosaur T-Rex mode, just going hard. Well, now exactly. Tomorrow it's gonna be half. Okay, perfect. Excellent. Thank you. Well done. Yeah, they're rolling it down to the finish line, exactly. Not Usain Bolting. Yeah. How about I finish the whole thing? It should take me 3 hours, and that will include the divorce thing, and then we can go through and edit. Perfect. All right. Talk to you soon. Bye bye. Thanks, mate. Well done. Thank you very much. What's the time now? 11 in Japanese. I knew we could have faxed it up until 4:50. Watch me do it in 2 hours. So don't say, oh, you've been fucking thingo. By the way, I'd be billing for board points doing this because it's helping me. Subconsciously, I'm in the High Court of Japan. And when I go to the High Court of Japan, when it's easier, bam. So So I was saying, 30 to 50% chance of the writ getting accepted. I mean, I think that's pretty fucking low considering it's a textual argument. And then if it's accepted 97.2% based on Altman's model, then I think it's a decent chance that we get my boy Bob to rock up just like the first episode of Boston Legal. Literally stand on a soap box in the Supreme Court and speak in Latin, and then have some cardinal like translate him after every sentence. Like, Very Japanese, I imagine Latin. Alright. Time to sharpen my mind. First, my mind must be sharpened. There was that SCOTUS case around the idea of non-delegable moral agency, which said something like, something vested in an executive cannot be delegated. In this instance, the executive is the jury. Delegating... What's my argument here? They're saying SKJ, again that's Kagan, Jackson, Sotomayor, not KJS. No plural with KJ, just her. Barrett, persuaded via textbook Catholicism, 80% to 97%. Gorsuch, persuaded via divine moral minimalism, 55% to 82%. 5-4, the right to redemption becomes law. Liddell Lee becomes posthumously not just a symbol, but the sainted precedent. I mean, that's where it all begun when I originally read that. Is it 2014? No, I was on Reddit in 2017. I saw it and was like, what the fuck, America? Even though, if you look at the facts, he was in the room. Okay, the fact that if they're all from the same house, and they're all, I saw him there, I just hate that ninja. But if they're all different, because there were multiple people in there. Pretty sure witnesses said they saw multiple people in there. So it could have just been like, this bitch is a bitch because it's just like dumb. They call her hood. We don't have neighbors, that's why they call her hood. And then he's just like, dude, yeah, she was being a bitch, like chucking rocks at us and shit. Stealing us from us. Wasn't paying us back, so we went in there. And all of a sudden this guy just, yeah, he fucking loses his mind on ice. I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck, this was supposed to just be us getting our money back from the ice she stole us. And then I fucking leave, and then all these fucking neighbors are blaming me. Oh, look at the murder weapon. Oh, look at the murder weapon. That looks sus as. The search. Oh, look at the murder weapon. Adding he was given grape juice or water rather than sacramental wine when he asked for a communion instead of a last meal. Pretty sure that goes against common law of right to priest. I'm like almost certain. Now someone else's DNA has found on the murder weapon. I guess the idea. Also found on the bloody shirt. The only problem is with these ones that are so far in the past is there just some like Innocence Project sweetheart just like. This is why we need that Veritasium video where it's just explaining the DNA. See, oh, was this guy actually DNA of some random person? And then therefore it's just some like wannabe saint, white knight just coming in. I believe he's innocent. Or is it, oh, this person was a neighbor as well? Okay, yeah. The summary says that the test... Dude! At the test, 5 out of the 6 hairs. So yeah, he was there, clearly, to get his money back for the ice that she stole. No hate to the victim. Okay, allegedly in my head, but I'm just trying to create like an incident, why would like 2 or 3 guys just rock up to like some chick's place in the hood? I've listened to Money Trees enough time. Serpents sucking blood, ninjas selling drugs, women selling pussy, but it's all good. Broken promises, still your watch and tell you what time it is. That line is actually one of my all-time favorites. Tell you what time it is. Take your J's and tell you to kick it where a foot locker is. In the streets with the heater under my dungarees. Damn, he's wearing jeans to bed. Oh wait. What is that? Oh, a heater's gone down. Dreams of me getting shaded under a money tree. I thought it was. I knew in the song what it was, but I thought rereading it there it was in the sheets with the heater under my dungarees, and he's like saying, "Man, I don't have any money for fucking pajamas, so I'm wearing dungarees to sleep." Imagine rock up in them projects where them ninjas pick your pockets. Santa Claus don't miss some stockings. Oh, is this ironic saying that Santa Claus, it's not actually, like, Santa Claus is ironically used? Oh, okay, it's more likely that. But it's more likely that, you know, the blood's just like Santa. But I think that's actually 20%. I think mostly it's irony saying, it's like an ironic line. Santa Claus don't miss some stockings, because like he does. Santa Claus doesn't rock up. But then also, yeah, they're checking everything. Liquor spilling, pistols popping, baking soda, y'all whip it. How long will they mourn me? Baking soda, y'all open. Ain't no turkey on Thanksgiving. My homeboy just domed a ninja. It's not really ironic, it's more like, it's just sad, like that appears that his uncle was killed the same way. Yet he's now friends with J-Rock, his friend did the same thing. And there's commonality, because it's just like, fuck, what can you do? Pass with cocaine, but then, that's why it's so good. I just hope the Lord forgive him. But then it's really fast. Pass with cocaine residue. Every day I'm hustling. So this analysis right here, really good. Every day I'm hustling. What else is a thug to do when you're eating cheese from the government? Look up Supreme Court cases, bro. Literally. Look up Supreme Court cases, bro. Getting into Stanford. I'm eating cheese from the government. Check my bank. Was doing on 774 before. And that's what, 400 US. I'm still hustling. How much is California welfare? 2012. Oh. Imagine if I asked it, how much cheese did you get? The California government. 2012. $450 US a week? Per week? Okay, 26 weeks. Is this ongoing like Centrelink? Or, I mean, 26 weeks a year and then it stops for 5 years? $18,000 US, so that's okay. So then that's exactly what, that's how you literally do it by the text. Yeah, of course, America, pick yourself up by the bootstraps. What's the best strat? What's the best strat to do it? So yeah, exactly. You drip feed. It shows that like I just keep getting kicked out because it's just not a safe place to work, man. Work at least 1 calendar year. Yeah, so you're working 1 quarter, January to March, or so you 1,300 divided by their minimum wage is like 22. Work 60 hours. It's 1.5 weeks. So you can work 1.5 weeks. Wage of $22 can. 3-hour weeks. That's 1,300 for 1 quarter. Yeah. Dude, I mean, Seno is just like, we already know. To those watching the concrete jungle, just this will really see who's liberal and who's red and who's blue. Yeah, the fact that you can also supplement it with the laid off or reduction hours. Yeah, you say it was laid off, reduction hours, and unsafe working environment, and racism. Yeah, mate, look for good faith work behavior. Bullshit, they do. Yeah, gig work. Yep. Then you add pretend gig work. So you get 11,700 per year plus 1,300 that you work for to meet the requirement for the. I already knew this, by the way, in my heart. I didn't know the exact statistics. Because California is the 4th largest economy in the world, just California. So how does that happen? Well, poor people spend the money in California because they don't go flying overseas and spend there. So obviously they have a very good understanding of just basic economics that you give money to poor people, and then it goes back to the shareholders anyway, and the small businesses. It's just like, you're about to see just how center like this can get when you zoom out. Okay. Yeah, actively looking for work. Yeah. How much are the food stamps value worth? Okay. Snacks jump. But that supplements you. Cardboard wrist, let's make it $30. Let's make it 40, 60, 100, 135, 145. A week. A month. $145, so that's an extra 30. That's $30 of food you need. You can do it on 50 to 80 Australian. So 30 is like base. 30 US is base. So how much is that? 140. So that's an extra 1,400 US. And I'm not giving them this full value, this true value. I'm giving it even less. I'm saying 140 true usable value. CalFresh isn't a joke. Fair enough. Alright, I believe it. Okay. And I believe, yeah, farmers markets, EBT. Yeah, I believe the fresh produce is really good. Oh, unhealthy foods. Wow, you can. Okay, I'm boosting it back up to 200 then, or at least 160. So that's almost 2,000 US of food. I'm giving 2,000. Let's see how smart I am. 1,300, 1,500 US, 0.64 exchange rate. $22, $21.8. Fuck, why didn't I say 22.8? That is Centrelink is 774 a fortnight. What's that? Damn. Okay, wait, it's about the same. And if you take away food stamps, it's the exact same. this will truly be red. I'm gonna guess we got 8 states that are 90% plus, 3 that are 0. That's all I can do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fuck yes, okay. And maybe if I had have done, that was 95. I should have said 95. I should still for alternate shots, not on because 85% already read it. 70%. That's got to be like 15. Oh no. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What do you mean only for high earners? What the fuck? Oh, I see. That's why they've done it. Okay. So it did do well. This would not count as board billables because it's not sharpening the legal mind. I knew California would have just copied Australia. I just knew it. Just knew it. Place reminded me way too much like Australia. Like the out of the suburbs that we stayed in. Like I was like, this is just Australia. Like there's not. It's not like there's like any like fucking. Like even Compton. I was like, dude, this is just fucking. This is nicer than fucking. This is fucking nicer than Woodridge. New Jersey. So if you're living in New York, you definitely want to live in New Jersey. If you're living in Manhattan, you want to live in New Jersey just for this. Holy fuck. Of course, New Jersey would have to do it so that they don't get fucked by Manhattan. New York. Wow. Damn. How... People... New York might be the one place, because of Manhattan, you might want to change anyone who is... But it's fucking New Jersey's right there. It might be the one place where it's like, if you're fucking caught around Manhattan, like, so what? This is a bit fucking dystopian, but I think it needs to be done. If you're caught around Manhattan, and you've got ice in your system, specifically, so they test you. So if you have been caught a criminal, police then have the authority. It has to be on record. They have to go and they go to. This can be for lawyers who aren't who want to become judges, or like this is below magistrate. They are they're not signing warrants, but they're signing the ability for the person to be tested. And since fucking hospitals can just take blood from your arm with a needle, shout out John McPhee saying that's the worst thing, and he's seen fucking the worst. He fears nothing except for a smaller bit of needle from the state without his supervision, without his permission. It's just rape, by the way, just like a phallic object, tiny little. So you've been on drug charges. They then a mini judge then confirms like, okay, yeah, you look like you're doc, or maybe it's a doctor. But I like it just being a lawyer because it keeps it consistent with just someone someone just put enough work in the judicial sector to like earn their stripes up. And I like the idea of it being confirmed by, and you say it takes out resources, confirmed by an intern just before resident, but it's non-binding and it's secret, to then give credit or not to that wannabe judge. So if like and it's like a different resident every time, so it's just like the resident, it's like does it for like half an hour. You know, it's a different resident every time. So it's like if all these residents say like 0%, this judge is just saying like 20%, but 80% of the time it's like, nah, this guy just didn't feel like he was on ice and he came in here within 30 minutes. Ice lasts 16 hours. I don't think he was showing any symptoms that warranted him from the due process of taking away life and liberty, because you have to be on ice and look like you're on ice, therefore just creating a disturbance, because it's very uncomfortable when you're on ice. And for people, when people know you're on ice, people joke about it saying crackhead, but it's deeply uncomfortable. You take away, if we couldn't speak, everyone would just be like this. Okay, you were then found that you were on ice. The only way you can appeal is you can appeal, and if you can appeal 3 months later, and everyone's anonymous, so the judge is anonymous, intern's anonymous. If it turns out that it's below, they're disagreeing with the resident 50% or less, then you get all the back pay back, because it's like you shouldn't have been put in by the cops, or then double down, corroborated by the quote unquote warrant barrister, the ICE warrant barrister. But then the idea is you then get a bar from New York, and then the statutory law would be you go to jail for 6 months. Not a right such. Not too worried about fentanyl. That just makes people uncomfortable. It doesn't make people feel like unease. There's a difference between uncomfortable and not at ease. Question to the psychiatrist of the Royal Brisbane. Twink little 5'6" Asian, 50 kilos. Make yourself healthy first, Matt. What is ease? Yeah. Wait till I'm a full semi. JK. Semi has nothing to do with this. By the way, it's religious. So don't, just for the record, know who you are. Definitely, I'm pretty sure it's a hair follicle. Oh yeah, I'm wrong about the hair follicle. Okay, I know what to do now. So this is my lunch. So this is not sharpening the legal mind. So therefore I wouldn't. Okay, that's what we're using. Shoe 1. What is it? Shan. Remember the SU. I knew it was 1. Shan is 1. I knew I wasn't sure. Fuck me. Can't be fucked to think. Two years is a bit excessive, I feel. No, I think it's fair. Stay focused on this is my lunch. So I'm just creating an act to help urban environments with ice. Like the, what do they call it? The scourge of ice. Stay focused, by the way, the one word Warren Buffett and Bill Gates will ask separately. They asked for one word for this, to be successful, to be good. They both said focus. So shout out to Macaulay. Or changing. Change the temp to ratted. Yes, literally. Change the temp to ratted. Literally. Like, it's actually, you get a stern warning. You rat again. Honestly, I'm gonna make it 3 months. Because 3 evil, you rat. 3 letters in rat. 57. It's gonna be 3 months in prison. I'm changing to prison. 1, 2. There's 3 letters in rat. 3. Twelve weeks in semi. No, if you dob in for the 6th time and then are found psychologically of sound mind, then it's a semi. 100% semi. Because then it just shows that you're just a fucking cunt. And then that's a way of purging cunts from the system. It's a great idea. Shout out Macaulay. Always coming in with the best ideas. Like, that's on That's on the Pope. Yeah, that's on fucking Pope Bob. It's no, that's the one of the major points that it missed here is the forensic lab analyzes the metabolic ratio statistic between a one-time relapse, and I said to it, where did I say it? Where the fuck did I say it? Oh, I definitely said if someone just does a one-time dragon. Oh no, over here. Look here. Does urine test concentration mean chronic use, or could it also just mean one time relapse? A guy goes full Daenerys, goes full dragon, and hits up a gram through a pipe. That's why we added the forensic lab to like really double check. Not another word, dog. If you smoke dragon and handles it on a one-time relapse, you immediately get nominated to SCOTUS. The president must nominate you to SCOTUS. To get the people who handle the dragon the best. They're the ones who need to make the decisions that actually are important. Makes sense. There you go, Macaulay. 1 month for each letter in rat. That's actually hilarious. If that better pass the fucking, at least the Queensland one. That is so fucking funny to have it in the fucking act. 1 letter in rat. Called the Batman Act. No, no, you do not get special privileges for being a junkie addict. Must go to a tribunal. Facts must be 100%. Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, but remove. No, if the fucking business owner harbors it, to create cheap labor, but, you know, pays them $5, and they stay out of the public eye, by all means. Commercial, absolutely. Pick yourself up by the bootstraps. Batman Protection Act. Bruce Wayne Protection Act. Damn. I agree. Yes. Yes. Yep. Yes, absolutely. No, disagree with this. Yes. Or change. Fucking hate that shit when it goes in there. Bruce Wayne Protection Act. Shout out to this business, love this business model. But the Bruce Wayne Protection Act, that's equity. That is quite literally equity. That is on a Japanese shogun mindset. Shout out to Afflecky. I thought it was conceptually brilliant. Just needed more consensus about the feelings. That movie was all about feeling, because the other one was about questions, raising questions. Nolan was about asking questions. This one was about feeling like Batman and feeling like Superman. And it did that 80% good, but because that's why it should have been super simple, because there were too many questions within the narrative. It should have just been the most super simple thing of all time, and then it's a pure feeling movie. So what it feels like to be Batman, what it feels like to be Superman, what it feels like to be tasked with these decisions, and then it would have been a perfect contrast to the nerd question Nolan one. Anyway.